Good evening, everybody. Before we get started, as always, I want to give a shout out to the lovely music we've been listening to during pre-stream here. This is Imagine by Declan DP. You can find the information in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Thank you to Declan and everybody like them who makes other free-to-use or low-cost assets for us streamers. It is greatly appreciated and helps us have better streams. Thank you so much. But without further ado, I am going to bring us over to the game screen. There was a Rad.
Hello. Hi, Twitch. How's it going?
Hi, YouTube. How's it going?
Apologies for being late. I had stuff to take care of, but also, Deus, and definitely thanks to Declan for the great music. That's a nice little bit of flair. Over on my end, I made an Ushanka with Kim on it. So that's my bit of flair for our finale.
An Ushanko?
Ushanka is the big Russian, like, commie furry hat.
Okay.
But instead of a red star, it has a picture of Kim.
Valid.
Yeah.
I don't know what Harry's symbol would be. He's kind of without symbol. It would just maybe be like a tequila sunset or a tequila sunrise.
Yeah.
Just like a big old glass of alcohol.
It might be
or
just
shot.
a big old glass of... It really depends on how you play him, right?
Yeah.
Like, for your playthrough, I think a badge would be appropriate.
Like a sheriff badge in the middle of his head.
Sure. Yeah, either his badge or just like a more iconic sheriff badge. Or a detective hat.
I was just thinking with Boring Cop, it's actually like a notepad or something, just like Velcro to his head or something.
Right? Not even like the VTuber I'm dumb, but just like a very generic, realistic, boring-looking notepad.
Yep.
It's his clipboard with some papers on it.
Yeah, he just puts the clipboard, it has like a magnet on the back and just clips it to his hat.
Sure.
But yes, for those who missed the last stream, Rad and I think we fully finished the church, including the one check that Rad had warned me I do not want to fail, which was we pulled rank on Kim to force him to dance.
That's right.
And Rad is correct. That was a very good check, and we did not fail.
Exactly.
We also, continuing the main quest line, found, did they tell us about Ruby? No, we found about Ruby the time before that. But we tracked down the most recent suspect for the case, a woman by the name of Ruby, basically the 8th Hardy boy, who also is a drug runner. And
Yep.
had a conversation with her where we found out, or believed, that she didn't kill them.
Yes, she made a pretty convincing argument.
Yeah, she made a pretty convincing argument, and she is also terrified of us because she thinks we work for the drug runner guy she works for, and we're like his assassin or something.
La puta madre.
La puta madre. So we showed up. She went into hiding because she's like, he's here to kill me. I have to hide. And instead, we went on a crazy bender and lost our memories. So sorry. She's been living under a building for a week. Well, we've just been like, man, I drank so much I don't remember the last 30 years, 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, she called us a human can opener, but we also, like, opened up yourself so much that exactly what Deus just said. Harry remembered nothing at the beginning of the game, and so kind of both of those things are correct. Harry's done a great job detecting everything and pitting people against each other. And also has barely any idea what's going on with reality. Had to learn everything over again in the last week.
Yeah, it speaks volumes about how good of a detective he actually is. That here we are, out of our minds, and we're still just like, man, we figured this case out in like what, 4 days? I think we're just starting the 5th day. So anyway, Ruby wasn't the killer.
Nope.
We got back and found out that the mercenaries had finally lost their patience, and the 2 we knew of and the 1 we didn't showed up to basically gun down the Hardy boys. We got between them, which was foolish. A firefight ensued. Kim took one out like a boss.
It's kind of an immaculate shot, really.
Yeah, we shot another one and also saved Kim, and we're both alive, which Rad tells me not always the case. You might lose more people in that.
Yeah, you can lose... I was looking it up yesterday. So I don't actually know that Kim dies there, but he can be so injured, that's the last time you see him, and he just doesn't come back because he's in a hospital for the rest of the game. And you can lose different Hardy Boys. So
yeah, we had Shanky run off, and we had Theo, the old guy, got shot and died. Fat Angus died, and then the Glenn, which was like Titus's friend.
Yeah. Yeah, you can instead, I think maybe Glenn and maybe Theo always die, but you can have Shanky not run, you can have Fat Angus not die, you can have Titus die.
What was the trigger for Shanky running? Did it say?
If I remember correctly, I'm not looking at it in front of me right now, but if I remember, he runs, and I don't have the details on this, but he runs if you bring up Joyce in the tribunal conversation. I forget exactly what is said that causes him to run, but something in that line of dialogue, like, spooks him even more than staring down 3 hardened, drunk mercenaries.
Yeah, because we did bring her up. I remember that, because we're like, Joyce is not going to want you to do this.
Right.
And he did. I think he did leave after that.
Yeah. Just like,
which is interesting.
These guys are actually really wild. They're going to do it, and so he runs.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's neat and interesting. But we did that, and we said we were going to quit, and then I'm like, but we have the ballistics, and there's a map next door, and I want to find out where this shot came from.
Yeah.
So we played 6.5 hours total last time.
It was a bit of a long string. By the way, you only had those ballistics because you didn't arrest Clausier.
You said that, yes.
Yeah.
Because we didn't arrest Clausier. We actually had the ballistics. So we know roughly where the shot came from. It is from a place way the fuck out there that we have never been to yet, and we've got to go get a boat.
You've got to go get a boat.
But those are the broad strokes. We got Kim dancing, we found Ruby, and then we figured out where the shot came from.
Here we are in the scene of the crime.
Fuck no.
With, like, a corporate espionage person's ballistics that we're going to go off of, because they actually look pretty accurate. What even is her skill set? It's all over the place. So, we're pretty much on, like, railroaded towards the end. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming up that I can't wait for you to see. So I think I'm really only going to give you one piece of advice. Definitely get out the boombox for that boat ride. That's the only piece of advice I'm going to give. Yeah.
Dual-wielding Buster Swords.
That's right. So you totally can't interact with Cindy the Skull's message, but you don't have to.
Yeah, you said that, but let's go to the end. Why am I going this way?
Yeah, it's the other way.
you said Cindy the Skull, and my brain went burp.
She's up this way. Oh. Something has happened with our 2 old guys.
Yeah, something did happen.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
What happened to Renee?
Rick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone. Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt. Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how we wanted to go.
So he just passed away quietly in the night.
He just happened to pass away at the exact same time as the tribunal.
Finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Yes,
maybe.
He was about to head home, cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, cause he's gonna be buried without it.
That's interesting.
I think that always happens on day 5, maybe 6.
Hmm.
Because Harry was passed out for like a full day, I think, after the firefight.
Yeah. Yeah, because they did say we were out for a full day, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we went straight from 4 to 6, so it might not always happen
When he
on 5.
was the most stubborn man in Revachol, nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Old people die, you better get ready too? Jesus, Phasmid.
Yeah. Maybe not that one, right?
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, part of life really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you must need something.
No. I asked you all the things we needed, I think.
Yeah, the rest of those were kind of like either crass or involving the case, when really all you need to say to that is like, oh, I'm so sorry he's gone.
Lasts a lifetime, officer.
Hmm.
100%.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
Oh, fallen shoes.
The sneakers try
The final bit of the Fallen
They're
set.
the star of the show here.
I think you can make it cheaper.
Dedicated.
Those sneakers make
Only that's madness.
It's locked because they don't have the money.
It is.
Huh.
You could bug him about the speakers instead.
I could.
You definitely don't need
Wow! A cop. Cool. That's cool.
them.
Or unprivileged grandma. Oh, because he told us about something.
Mm-hmm.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from.
Oh, okay.
Because you need to solve the biggest case in the history of criminal science.
Oh, I like expeditions, and I like you. Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull.
Just calls it as he
boy.
sees it. It's fine. It's not like sailing is pure.
Yeah, sailing is problematic in his own way.
Oh, yeah. He's just trying to make a buck, and that involves lying and gaslighting everyone around him.
I'm trying to remember what the cryptid. When we checked the traps one last time, was there actually anything in the last one, or like there was something weird with the bugs?
I think the locusts were just dead in the last one that we checked.
Hmm.
There was the one time before that last round of checking traps where one of them was empty. But there
But that
was
was
no sign.
Kuno. We
But
knew had
that was
opened it.
Kuno, yeah.
I thought when we checked them one last time, the one that Kuno had interfered with had something else going on with it, but we had no way to let them know.
I don't think so. I think they were just dead inside.
Officer,
like maybe
what
it had been
happened?
shaken around or something.
You're
But I think
limping.
that's just the trap Kuno
Why are
messed
you
with.
limping? You look terrible.
Hmm.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
She is a mom
Look
like
at
that.
You can barely walk.
I like that second one, except for you would have liked it.
Yeah.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Yeah, it's been resolved.
It has been resolved.
Wait, two of the other guys, two of them are dead and one's in the hospital? Who lived?
I think maybe the lady, like the one Kim shot is super dead.
Yeah, because he shot him through like the eyeglass section,
Yeah.
right?
I'm pretty sure Krutenu is dead, and then you were able to warn Kim, so he and the rest of the Hardy Boys subdued the lady
Okay.
after she took out Angus and Theo.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Oh, no voice.
Yeah. Nothing, just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war for communards, anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself, always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
Yeah, because when we got over here, she had come back and had just fixed her boat.
Mm-hmm.
Was back in after a while, so she might have seen somebody over there.
She was in the process of, like, retarring the bottom of it. Yeah.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
So maybe you can get relevant information out of some 4-year-olds.
Maybe.
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
She's such a mom. Lillian's great.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Okay. I assume if I had read that book about how to talk to children, that would help me here.
Maybe? I honestly forget. I think it helps you earlier. But I don't know if you really get much out of them. This conversation you get to have no matter what.
Boy kicks a stone while the other
Or maybe you
watches
have
him
nicer
go.
options if you have read it, yeah.
And that's iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
4-year-old? These kids are 4 years old, she said?
Maybe the daughter was 4 years old. I think at one point Kim can tell you, like, there's probably no good reason to ask these 4-year-olds about the murder case. They're not, like, without their parents present or something. They're not going to tell us anything. But now, of course.
And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Yeah, why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Okay, makes sense.
Fair enough.
I don't know. He doesn't like don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Hmm.
Maybe he just likes being alone on his island.
Sure.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Okay.
Put out that fire and get off of my lawn.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
3 points. That's a bit to work with.
We can do the birth generator. Or date of birth generator.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever bonuses that provides.
You also have Arno van Eyck and the Wompty Dompty Dom Center.
I do. Oh, this gives you interfacing on its own just from working on it and then something else afterwards.
Or minus suggestion. They're both pretty quick. You're much more likely to finish either one of those than you are the date of birth generator.
Yeah.
Only 1 slot left, though.
Your recommendation?
I forget what the rules are coming up. So, not really. Interfacing might be helpful.
Well, time to break out the good time sink. An incomplete Dick Mullen book. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
A primer for small children.
Why not?
And the colorful primer. The title reads...
It's before noon. You've got plenty of time.
This book will show you the score. Get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be... The alphabet.
Nice.
This book will show you the score. Get you oriented. The alphabet.
Oh.
Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of
It goes
it
as follows.
Scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows.
Let's go over the
A
alphabet,
is
Harry.
for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete. H is for homeboy. I is for econ. J is for Ura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum.
Laudanum,
N
Jesus.
is for myriad. N is for nadir. O
Yeah, these are
is
not
for
the words that were
aureole.
in the alphabet book when
P
I was a
is for
child.
perihelion.
Isn't perhelion a drug? Isn't that what the
Um,
guy in the...
It sounds like it, but what you're thinking of is pyrrolidon,
Okay.
which is the like psychoactive thing that some soldiers were taking for nerves.
Okay.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for varheit. X is for xylophone.
Still look good old xylophone.
Is for ustava.
Yep.
Z
And Ustava. Jesus.
Ustava,
That's
Varheit.
it. You know the alphabet now.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
Him
Congratulations.
is unimpressed.
I don't know that any of the rest of these are going to take time, like except for that Dick Mullen book. It's explicitly
In your
there
hand,
to take
you
up
hold
time.
Why? There's truly no point. If you the story Spillane, an extremely unprofessional and hurtful 2 days desperate to clear his name. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole. Deneuve reveals that she was
Almost.
Not only is the local police one evening, yes, well, that testimony as the two I love you, whatever it is, in your hand.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on, just threw it away. And then it ended up in the Hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
Oh, white checks unlock reveals gig posters in the world.
Just little interactables. I think you still get the +1. Wow, you don't get the +1 interaction anymore. Weird.
Lame.
What's up, J-Hank? Yeah, I made myself an Ushanka with Kim on it. It'll be relevant later. How you doing?
But there is a guy on the island, and he doesn't want us doing a fire.
Yep. Yeah. The kids let us know there's a dude there. He doesn't like people over there. He doesn't like fires on the island. Maybe he doesn't like people drawing attention to the island at all.
Yeah.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
That's 3 point of no return warnings.
Yeah.
You know which one to press.
I do. I do.
What? Fine, why not?
Very cool. Now tune it to Sad FM. You know you want to.
Oh, I thought that actually would make us leave.
I think it's just the setup. It might, in fact, play something different if you don't do that. I forget.
Harry.
Oh, yeah. This man has just been shot in the leg, and he's still up there.
1, 2, be free. 1, 2, be free. It will last forever.
Oh yeah, we never did call our police station to get our car pulled out. I guess that was the thing we could have done too.
I think you can tell them about it, but I'm pretty sure your partner knows. And Kim was talking about that being, like, incredibly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Though maybe that was just actually repairing it.
And it's just zooming further and further out.
Oh, yeah. Well, you blast Sad FM.
And poor Lillian is watching us drive out, just like, who did I lend my boat to?
Yeah. So, you can go on a date with her, and it's actually pretty wholesome if you don't try to be weird about it. Hey, and there's our leitmotif.
Our leitmotif? Hmm. Yeah, it was here the whole time.
It was there the whole time. The song and the island.
Mm-hmm.
It's really pretty.
And there's oil spilling out too.
Right? It's very clear that someone goes in and out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's coming out from the building, but it looks like it's being used.
Agreed, yeah.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Lucky for us, J. Hank, this sad of him plays songs much better than a lot of older, sad Sinead O'Connor songs.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
That locked door.
Yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain. From enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Oh.
Big old communard outpost from 50 years ago.
Lingering trace of Malzoot in the air?
Yeah, I don't know what mazout is. Maybe just gas smell.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend.
Yes? I have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods inside a silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow, a big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. Col de Mamadakwa.
So we heard the cold of Madakwa? Or we're just referencing that?
I think just referencing it. It's more like kind of a way to describe the eerie silence on the island.
Only one way to go.
Yep. With little bits
So there
to
is
see,
something over here.
Uh-huh. There's definitely more here. And now we
Oh.
still have the boombox. You don't need it anymore. You can
I
keep
know.
it though.
We're stealthing.
Very much so. No one will hear you coming. Clearly, that's just city noise.
City noise on an island not close to the city.
Yeah. Oh, there's the last piece of the Fallenware.
Yeah.
+2 empathy on that scarf. Not bad.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes, anytime.
You don't have
You don't
That's a
have to
rest
rest,
place.
but after you take a quick look around, you might
books
want to.
and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. That most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization.
Don't think we've put too many
Soft
points into
covers,
conceptualization.
serialized fantastic.
We didn't, and I don't
and
think we have
detective
anything that buffs
stories.
it.
Oh yes. under
Double sixes!
a rather
Wow!
extensive collection of
Wow!
critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Wow! What a roll! What a time for that roll!
Yeah, and it's all political crap here.
It is. There's one just for you.
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting. Soft covers, serialized
No, that's part of the same object.
Yeah. Their little reading chair and all their literature. It's once an armament rest. No guns here anymore, though.
I like having high volition.
Volition's super good.
Yeah.
It really does have your back throughout the whole playthrough.
Hmm.
The, like, letting you know that Classier has compromised the entire rest of your stats moment is super huge.
Mm-hmm.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The
So
kind
probably
that's
just
favored
gas.
by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Downstairs, somewhere?
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
There's a lot more here.
Mm-hmm. And they're still giving you money.
You see
They
a
are.
small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Oh, that's where we came in.
Mm-hmm. Those stairs are super busted, but I think you can go underneath this walkway.
Yeah, that's what it is. The hatch is jammed shut.
Mm.
A firing slit, and it's in kind of the right direction.
It is in kind of the right spot. They did call this place a pillbox earlier, too.
Yeah.
Communist bunker. I think falling into icy water is one of the last things Harry needs here.
Yeah, no kidding. There's something over there, and there's something up here, too.
Mm-hmm.
Artillery map.
Big heals.
Good. More health. And a fuel canister.
That sells for more money than you're carrying. Too bad
Yeah.
you're not going back to that
Soaked
island anytime
mattress
soon.
on a concrete slab,
Mm-hmm.
only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And then right
The
between the
box-shaped
two.
silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that,
There it is.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
It's true. We were strung around everywhere but here, really.
Mm-hmm.
Don't beat yourself up, officer.
Damn it.
We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
I'm just... Oh, I probably could have sat in bed and rested.
Yeah, maybe.
the lieutenant
You've still got plenty of
pauses.
heals.
Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it. Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
We should move now.
a single-person mattress, modern, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter, the brand Tio Moteri.
You did see the same brand of cigarettes extinguished somewhere out near Lillian in the church.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Lens and Anne here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Hmm.
Okay. Spooky.
A little spooky. The island is extra abandoned. Kind of. Sort of. There's probably still someone here. And those kids come by. And you found your sniper spot.
Sure did.
So things are finally pointing in this exact direction. 4 points.
Yeah, I got 4 points, and it's...
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. You have a very clear way forward.
Yeah.
So it's either that or rest.
I'm thinking rest might be a good idea.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
Oh, you felt it outside. Kim felt it in here.
Don't worry. I have a gun. Then it's extra good that mine is not.
You're not even gonna give me a bullet, Kim?
Nope. He needs all of those. Or maybe he only has a couple left.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I'm gonna rest just in the off chance that there is some benefit to it.
Sure.
Like that maybe there's a bonus if I rested versus if I didn't.
The greasy old
The offer still.
The
The
bed's
bed
there,
is
and the
quite
game pointed it out
inviting,
for a reason.
all things considered. You face the concrete wall.
Mm-hmm.
There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Evening?
Sleep.
But it was like noon or 1 whenever you went to sleep.
Yeah, where'd Kim go?
It's also evening after only half an hour. And yeah, no Kim. Odd. Won't. And your flashlight's out.
And the blast door's closed again.
Yeah. You slept through that somehow.
Oh. I can't open it again?
Not right now.
Oh, good. The only way to go is down this way.
Mm-hmm. Like you're being funneled somehow. Go down to the chain.
Oh,
There's
no.
something there. Walk into the water. Well, that's different.
Yeah?
Dolorous Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Alright. This did not go where I was expecting it.
Nope.
Okay,
It's a little different.
don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Not the greatest of options.
I kind of like that.
I
Like
like
I'm
that.
in my head.
That's the best of the other two, yeah.
Hmm.
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm sorry.
It is.
I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Oh,
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder,
Anyway,
she sighs. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
no, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
are we a reincarnated person?
It's all gone.
I wouldn't
I have
say
to
that.
Get to the aerodrome.
Kind
I
of.
have to leave
But
Revachol
no.
and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I guess, in order to answer your previous question, I'll ask you another one. Is that really Dolores Day?
Touche. We're thinking of our wife as a saint.
That's exactly it. Harry's got some feelings mixed up in that head of his, and, well, here we are, in his mind.
We sure are here.
It's not. But... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Thank you, Felician.
One is a no.
Probably a good idea if you want to avoid some real dramatic dialogue.
3 is a no.
Yeah, because he definitely remembers.
Well, also just like you don't tell somebody like, I don't even remember who you are anymore. Like that's
Right.
no.
That's giving it.
Yeah. 2 is honest but not helpful.
Yeah,
It's like a 4.
it's very
See?
accurate, but
It just takes some time.
Mm-hmm.
For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
and that's a success.
Yeah.
Physical instrument usually pretty hyped up on being able to actually do things. Though this is emotional for sure.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew. No, Harry. We can't. We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane, like cool insane?
Like, wow, that cop's crazy.
You have been pretty sane so far since you woke up.
I'm hallucinating about seeing the Innocence Dolores Day and walking across the water to a restored... No.
Like, little avenue of your dreams where you definitely spent some time with your ex-wife.
Yeah.
But I mean, relatively, in comparison
Yeah.
to what Harry was before.
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
You know what I mean.
Everyone gets a little down, or hey, I'm a cop.
You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
Damn, she's not wrong.
Did someone say questions?
Not lists, they're dialogue trees.
Yeah.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
No.
I like my lists.
He does.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
The X something, the morning, the voice on the phone, or reaffirm that she is Dolores Day, actually. I like those first three a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
I really don't know about that suggestion.
There is nothing else. The morning, I don't understand. Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She sounds like a bit of a bitch. I don't like her very much.
Yeah, I mean, so there's like two things so far, right? She's mentioned your unborn daughters, which, yeah. But also, yeah, she's, you know, Harry probably has some feelings for this woman for a good reason, but at the same time, she's like aggressively done with Harry. She's not willing to stand by him when he's going through troubles.
Yeah.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still haven't...
Oh, she's leaving on a red eye, too.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you. Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
Authority. Not liking her
I mean-
friends above you.
Yeah, that's a...
Which, that's bound to sting.
It's... Somebody who's worried about being impolite to her friends is rude to your face.
Right. And we don't know the full history between these two, for sure. But, like,
Yeah,
this
that's...
is Harry's dream, so he clearly remembers her being more concerned with that than him. Which is a little
Yeah.
selfish, but also probably telling of her disposition.
Yeah.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
And then we have some stuff we gained from, like, 5 through 8 are all stuff you gained from playing the game, right? You couldn't present the Houndless Fallen Rider to her inside the church. You found the note talking about the vast soul. You talked to Noid about her being a mass murderer.
Well, Noid was saying Dolores Day was the mass murderer, not the X something.
Not the X something, but you
Yeah.
could go down that route.
What's the not human from? What was that?
Dolores
I guess that's
Day's
more
lungs
just stuff
were
with
blown.
Noid.
Yeah, that's more talk about Dolores Day rather than your ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless fat. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had. Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication when words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless fallen rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
I'm not gonna give her the dice.
Nah.
I didn't ask for things.
Even the figurines
It's
don't
too
do
late
anything.
to give me anything.
The figurines won't win her
I
back.
liked
Achievement
the
unlocked.
Fallen
Yep.
Rider back then.
I try and kiss her.
You could. There's no conclude on the menu right now. Though I think don't go is probably
Yeah.
going in that direction.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
That seems like a very self-destructive idea to me. Though you totally can read it.
Okay, Harry. Okay, it was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn, the first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I'm no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
Ouch.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I think that's the game's way of saying you've definitely got some dialogue here you haven't seen yet. It's a very weird interaction, but I mean, we're clearly in a dream, right?
Yeah. I feel like Harry would try to kiss her. I don't really want to kiss this person.
I'm with you, honestly. Like, there's stuff there that makes it seem like actually them breaking up is probably good. Like, they wouldn't have had the best relationship. And it's because of both of them, right? Harry is a little bit delusionally in love. She's not really reciprocal to his general state of being.
Also, she talked about like lists and trees and that stuff. So he brought his work headspace home, and she couldn't deal with it. And rather than try to help him deal with it and her in a better way, she's just finally just like noped out. And she's like, "Yeah, it took me a year or two to get over you, but it'll take you 20 to get over me." And it's like, Jesus, lady.
Right. That's a really harsh thing to say. This is also like Harry's. This is not his ex.
I don't think that was a literal thing from him. I think that might be him looking in retrospect. And this,
right?
Everything that we're doing now is him finally getting over her 20 years later.
It's him. This is all in his head. It's not actually his ex-wife speaking. It's not actually Dolores Day speaking. This is Harry's idea of his ex in his head.
It's a dream, yeah. It's the dream of his ex-wife in the form of a saint telling him that it'll take 20 years to get over her.
Right. So it's hard to say what she's even like, really, because is this version nicer than his ex-wife because she's mixed up with saintly Dolores Day, or is like all of however many years of bitterness and regret bleeding through and causing her to be even worse than normal. It's hard to suss out any facts here, except for they definitely split up and probably were not the greatest together.
Yeah, and Harry is definitely really wound up about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going in for the kiss. Just no.
I think that's a good choice.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Not the line.
That is not the line. Which is like the second or third time that's happened.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it.
Wow, bitch.
I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
It's super rough, but like sometimes people do change.
You will see me. Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago, right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Ugh. See you tomorrow, where we're just going to go through this again in your dreams every night forever.
Explains why he did what he did.
Yeah, gives you a pretty good idea of why Harry was in the state he was when he came here.
He probably needs a counselor.
You're a prick.
Right?
How was your sleep?
Deep and invigorating, try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands.
You're definitely still wounded. Or 4, swallow the blood and conclude. You're bleeding out of your mouth.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
It wasn't pretty.
I imagine not. Then you watched Harry, the guy he's spent the last couple days with, have a vivid nightmare? Hallucinating his ex-wife who left him as a saint.
Right. It's crazy because you can play this game in a lot of different ways, like however you take Harry. You've been playing it very clean and trying to do a good job and be a decent person and not abuse drugs or alcohol or cigarettes. And and Kim and Harry himself have been like, yeah, things are actually going better now. But then the dreams start coming back.
There are Maybells here.
There are Maybells here. Where did you get that Maybell you have?
And that's a rifle and a fire.
That's a rifle and a put out fire.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a 3-Angong 446.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball. I did. And you opened it. How? Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing.
I told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
You're welcome.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Jesus, this guy's all fucked up.
He's a little too hardcore.
I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Wow, he's quite critical.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Well, just so happens we know our rank.
We do.
And you even have your RCN jacket on and hat.
It's a good line.
Oh, fuck you.
That voice slips on. Come on.
Sure, this is going to be a big conversation with several roles. It's early enough, though.
I'm not losing an 80%. Not for that
Old
bullshit.
man then spit unclouded by
The what? I mean,
the position.
fire got my eyesight. I did. I should have burned that reactionary rock and roll.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
The fascists were right. It's not. It's a
samurai.
It was sent to us. You heard me. It's good.
The lieutenant put
You are a glorified night watch.
the words,
There we
I
go.
am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
Lieutenant W. Frather.
The big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army.
Damn.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels, surprisingly, the rifle's in a shabby state. Like a crutch on the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
No one said it has to be a Benagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorings. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock.
Been here for 45 years?
Right.
De Control Orion.
Oh.
And consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
basically hiding out for 45 years.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant.
You are?
I could walk
Yeah, about to
straight
say.
into that town if I wanted.
He basically is.
I just...
But he did get around a lot.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Jesus, but why did he do it?
Definitely haven't got there yet. I mean, clearly he hates
propaganda
all of
bunker.
the modernization going on.
I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. The so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
There's been a lot of talk about whether you actually work for the coalition or not.
Yeah.
Though,
Just leave it at where the RCM, because
yeah,
a lot of entertainingly enough, it's kind of impossible to talk to this guy without politics coming into play. He's so steeped in it.
He's buried in it. It's his whole being. He's like, you can play through as just choosing every single communist option and being the biggest communist you can possibly be. Doesn't hold a candle to this guy.
Yeah. Jesus.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
And he's dying.
He's been out here for at least 43 years. Probably not doing so well. Smoking
It's
heavily
not an
tar-filled
island,
cigarettes the
what?
entire time.
It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
Fair enough. You've got a lot of points.
No, just thinking about him talking about it the same way we are.
Sort of. Reactionary thought is a whole thing in communist and leftist thought.
Okay.
As opposed to materialist thought.
Talking to this guy kind of reminds me of something I've thought about often. I haven't really put much into practice, but just the idea of when you're dealing with somebody that's kind of big up on their idealistic horse. A lot of them have things in place for what they're going to say if you respond to them via arguing morals, arguing ethics. They've thought up all the points. And sometimes the best answer to that is, I'm not even going to try to be right. I'm not even going to care. I just don't like you, and go fuck yourself. You can't meet somebody on a battlefield that they're prepared to fight on. You need to fight them on one that they're not. And for somebody to be like, I'm in the right. I'm doing what is best for, the situation, the whatever, just think the biggest, most ham-handed villain who's just yes, I'm going to save the citizens of the people of the world from blah, 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 blah. And it's just I don't care. Go fuck yourself. I'm going to kill you now. That, there's there's a strength in denying them that delusion. And taking it from this ideological argument down to just a real, I don't care about any of that. I just don't like you.
Right. I would agree. That's both a trope and a thing that you see, in real life. Absolutely. A lot of people will have... the way I view it is, not even they've thought about the arguments that they'll come up with, but rather they have arguments that they've heard and will parrot back to you. And so it doesn't really matter how you approach them on, a moral, philosophical, ideological basis, an ethical basis, but rather they already know what they think, and they want to repeat it because it feels good. Both of those approaches are, to bring it kind of back to this, are reactionary takes. If you're looking at things from a leftist or a communist perspective. They're, instead of looking at the material reality around them of how things are going, you default instead to either an emotional or an ideological perspective of well, I have this ideology that I prefer or that I think is right, and so therefore I'm going to default to these opinions in whatever argument we're having. Or, man, fuck you, you suck. Even if there's some stuff that you're saying that's kind of makes sense, you're also doing evil out of this ideological dedication. And so in leftist thought, the way to kind of go about it is instead non-confrontational, but look at the material reality of the situation. Put the emotional stuff aside, put the ideological stuff aside, and this guy is clearly extremely steeped in ideology. And instead be what is the actual effect of the things that we're doing here? What is the actual material reality of the situations we find ourselves in, and then the positions that we're arguing for?
No, not even that. Like, just sometimes sometimes when somebody wants to go high and big picture, go very macro in their defense for themselves, take it low, make it personal. Just like,
Yeah.
I don't care about any of that. I just don't like you.
Right. Which
Oh well,
is
you know,
extremely
if you do this, then don't care, don't like you, don't like you, don't like what you're doing.
right. And
And
that's very much that's very much like an end to the conversation. Just like you're not letting that progress, which is I mean, in some sense of situations, that's fine because they're not actually going to change. Like nothing you could say, either person in that situation could say would change each other's minds.
Mm-hmm.
That's common and very human.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps he doesn't expect you to follow.
It's also kind of reactionary.
When?
Self-justification after the
May
fact.
the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic, the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
Yeah, that's how war works.
Huddled on the
That is
floor.
how war works.
The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Yeah, I've had enough of your bullshit now.
Say more. Those black eyes of his keep piercing you as he looks to some great distance and shakes his head slowly, retreating from it.
How does anyone survive? I steal supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater.
He is very much a vagrant after all.
Mr. Dross.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
I mean, you definitely do have medical facilities, though.
Yeah. I don't think anything's going to come from this. Giving him opiates is not going to help. He's not going to listen to this. I know how he's coped mentally.
You know how he's coped mentally, and you've found painkillers on the island, so he's already been using those.
Yeah.
He looks at you, his face parched from the sun and the wind.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
He sees himself as more
in
than a soldier.
Historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
But you were 15 and 16 years old. You weren't shit.
He nods.
He certainly
slowly.
wasn't an adult.
Then
Certainly
another
he's
tremor.
read some since then, probably a lot, but yeah. He was I think maybe indoctrinated is too harsh of a word, but he's
No, that sounds about right, yeah.
but he's like even if it is too harsh of a word, he's kind of indoctrinated himself since then.
Yeah.
43 years and 10 months. It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
The one crazy old man on an island can't let go, and all of a sudden, 7 people are dead.
Also, there's yeah, right. That's definitely true. But also there's a parallel there, right? Who else can't forget?
Very true. We're looking at ourselves in another 20 years.
There's like Harry and our deserter, Mr. Dross here, are quite different, but also very similar.
Yeah.
He just couldn't. He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
When the
Waiting for
afternoon
what?
grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Storm clouds rolling in.
Mm-hmm.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil.
So Jean's back.
They
Patrol
are.
officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
In 15 minutes, they'll be here in 15. Well, there's no boat, so.
Yeah, they'd have to
Girl
find a way to the
child.
island.
Revolution.
Girl child? What the fuck, man?
What is his ideology like?
I am not a fool. I know the material base for an uprising, the historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. There's nothing serious in this world.
He
It's a
knows.
farce. I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for.
It's
You
not
want
for
a
defense.
moralist euphemism? Defending you. I've used it.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit.
He's
The
basically
great
admitting.
serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Damn, a bunch of stats telling you slightly different approaches.
Yeah. So wait, what do I say then?
The only one without quotes, so you're not saying it out loud.
Nothing comes to you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running.
Detective.
All is not as it seems.
Mm-hmm. And that was the voice of the city speaking through Shivers.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And
Yeah, he
why
does.
did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm...
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about 3 or 4. He probably wouldn't take too kindly to you humanizing the mercenary.
Lily. Yeah. And 5's not going to really work either.
Yeah. I mean, 5 is like denying him hearing you say it again.
Yeah.
2 is trying to like be communist with him. Fuck those
Yeah.
fascists.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with...
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. Nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this.
That's why I was so excited when you
don't
actually
forget
caught
the
them.
Footprints.
Mhm.
Diagonal prints in the dust in the
He was
cement.
watching Clausier. Oh,
Now
wow.
they're gonna come
He was the one in the walls.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Now you've got a lot more
Damn
proof.
Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even.
They gave it to girls that they liked when they went off to war.
Yep.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood.
South, the Bay of Martinez is...
The coast, too, before they pile their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless...
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may. Class.
Kim knows.
Yeah, he's put it together too.
Mm-hmm.
With the victim.
almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who
We're not
cares
here to
what
discuss the
brand my
ideology of
shoes are?
brands.
Sansa.
Show us your
Show me
fucking
the source,
souls.
please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you see.
The size fits, but
It
not the soul.
wasn't him in the wall. Well, maybe. He could have different shoes. Just like Ruby could have had different shoes.
Yeah.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Bam. Bam. It was him.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to...
The lieutenant gives you a quick... The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck.
He's like, of course you can see it there.
No stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this, when you have the murder weapon.
Let's pause for just like half a minute. I'm getting some like audio stuttering on my end. I want to restart my connection through Discord here.
All right, I'm going to grab a snack real quick.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I think I'll be able to hear if I fix it, even without dialogue. All right, chat, 2 seconds.
And I am back with my snack. But yes, Chad, I got a Niagara Chocolates brand peanut butter cups from the store this week, and I can tell you they are amazing.
Yeah, you were speaking about those earlier. I don't know if the audio issue is fixed or not, but it's fine. It's very minor.
Okay. Discord tends to be a little screwy sometimes, too.
It does do that.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
Formidable
You know
success.
who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
I mean, he was pretty awful, but that doesn't mean he wasn't a person.
Yeah.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
And there he admits it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Though...
He's super admitting it. He's happy to have done it.
Yeah.
For, like, multiple reasons.
Yeah, very true. I had a thought and I just lost it. Let me see if I can get it back.
Maybe he should have killed one sooner?
It's more like when he was saying, you get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. Like, that's what it was. Like, we weren't here because he died. We were here to stop a war and stop this place from turning into a bloodbath, which did happen.
Yeah.
Because this guy sparked a firefight between Cornell and the Union.
Yeah. They kind of both did. Like, this guy's definitely the instigator. He's the one who killed the mercenary. The mercenaries were already here because the company and the Union were on bad terms. Negotiations weren't really going anywhere. Edvard was making certain they wouldn't go anywhere. But then this guy kicked it up a notch by murdering one of them. And the Union boys played along by having him hanging there for like a week before anyone reported it.
Yeah.
your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
That's some imagery.
Yeah. So he killed the man who was sleeping with a woman he had a crush on.
Pretty much.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death. And that stupid look on his face.
He's gonna wrap it up.
Still in her.
He's gonna wrap it up in all of his ideology and be like, that dude was a fascist, he wasn't even human, he definitely deserved to die. But, like, if you look at what's actually going on here, to the very basics, he was spying on Classier. He left a little flower for her like they did back in the Revolution. He shot the dude who was having sex with her.
Yep.
You've got so many points.
I went
I
to
do.
sleep. Next morning, there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Very much
I've
so.
got one more point.
You've got like 6 or 7 now?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
What am I even going to use them on?
What are you going to use them on?
Oh, God, I don't like the way you said that.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You
But
can
why
coax
were
it
you
out of
watching
him.
it?
The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Yes.
Oh, the humanity?
Think of it as a form of critique.
I shoot the things I don't like. Jesus.
He's
And he's calling them a fascist.
He's calling both of them. Well, he's calling both of them and both of you a fascist.
And he's like, and if I don't like it, I shoot it, though.
Right. He's writing his extreme leftist critique, his communist critique, in bullets and blood.
You got him going.
Which is not an intellectual
Collect every
thing.
little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
I ain't going.
Fucking save.
Hey, an opportunity to save.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
What did you not like about the night you saw the murder?
Damn. Fucking. I didn't like that.
Why, though?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
That's
That's
also
like-
a reactionary concept.
It is. But it's... This guy is so fucked. He's just like, so you were jealous that they were having sex. He's just like, I was jealous he was loving life. And it's just like, oh, you are not making this better for yourself, friend. You really just aren't.
Right. Right. It's worse than just jealousy. He did not, approve of them enjoying themselves. They weren't harming
He did not
anyone.
He did not approve of them enjoying life.
Right.
Jesus, this guy is so fucked.
He determined that they should not be alive.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
Could you just not, my bro? Could you just not?
Like, he wasn't... Lely was not a good person. But
He wasn't, but...
That doesn't make it okay to just fucking end him.
Yeah.
Especially for these reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, the whore made a bad decision, so I punished both of them. Is that really your place? They weren't harming anyone.
Yeah. You were being a peeping Tom and watching people have sex, and then you turned around and said, well, they were really in the wrong. No.
Right.
No, they weren't.
He used his ideology to justify murder.
Yeah.
Because he didn't like them.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it.
Oh.
I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her.
Yeah, I think that's still a
She was
modern
nervous,
Britishism.
but not scared.
It's another
Her
name for a
passport
cigarette.
And tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
He knows what she hid there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to found. No, I mean... I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here.
The cloaca of capital?
Right? That's
God.
some... Jesus, that's some alliteration. That's a hell of a phrase. This is
Yeah.
just where capital shits out everything.
This guy needs a therapist in the worst way.
He does. He's not dumb. at
Sir,
all.
you are not well. No.
But yeah, he is also very much not well.
Yeah, he's not dumb. He's just opted to continue fighting a war 40 some odd years after it ended, living alone, watching people through a sniper rifle lens.
Yeah, he's a combination of things. He's like crazily powerfully ideological to the point of letting that override his humanity, at least as justifications for himself, because he's still like getting jealous and emotional over somebody he doesn't like having sex with a girl he thinks is pretty.
Yeah.
He's smart enough to realize that like Classier had been through a lot and was on the run, and she moved like a spook. Like, just from observing her, he accurately kind of summarized what she was.
Yeah, he never spoke to her, but he knew exactly who she was.
Right.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
And it was white-collar crime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not blind, am I?
How does he know about the minute details about her body if he was viewing her through a scope and only saw her documents? How could he see bruises if she was just a speck in the night moving?
He must have.
Oh, for fuck's
Holy
sake!
shit.
Baby.
Wait, what?
Tide loses? I guess you have to beat it. Weird. Good thing you were just able to save, yeah.
Fuck that.
Tide loses? That's news to me. Isn't it like a D&D thing? If you have a threshold, you have to hit the threshold and not go above it?
Them. Jealous.
I guess it
and that
changes to
Yeah, in D&D,
To punish.
tying wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly.
man needs to feel something else.
I chose something else.
In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No.
Well, that's a
I don't
contradiction.
really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Holy shit, this guy was like full on stalking her.
Mm-hmm.
The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something
Well.
put the thought there to leave the flowers.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Maybe. I have these holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes.
It does raise an
One
interesting
more
question.
down.
Why did he
Mhm.
just let you walk up on him?
Very good point.
Since she came to Monte,
Past the Felby.
hiding her passport. Yes.
Yeah, these two we've
Absolutely.
seen.
No. I did. I could.
You could tell she was.
She had. I'm not blind, am I?
It quickly comes to you.
There it goes.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating
Did you make that hole?
with a clip point knife.
Good for listening in.
Better than just a yes.
For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
He's been everywhere
Yes, that
you've been.
too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant. One more loose end down.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Zoss. The dried flowers that were on the roof.
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just ask.
I did. I shouldn't have. I was there one night, and she was the dead. Yes.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Maybe. I have reviewed
In this one more down.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
I mean, maybe literally.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
That's not helping me, Inland.
No, it's not. It's also one of the more, like, precise and non-vague things Inland has ever said.
Fuck off,
It's no
Inland.
good, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. It smells of burning buildings.
I think maybe forgetting about it is probably healthier. I would have gone with that choice too.
Yeah. You saw through her, so did I.
Number 3, man, if you play a fascist playthrough, there's a lot of anti-woman dialogue.
I'm sure, yeah. One's the closest one that I like, but it feels odd.
Yeah, did you see through her, though? Like, there were times when, Volition caught that the rest of your skills were compromised, but did she fail at getting lies through to you? Not really. She kind of successfully puts you on the trail of Ruby. Among other things.
No, Ruby makes sense. And she might have genuinely believed Ruby did it.
Yeah,
Though.
she might have. But she also said the hanging as a cover-up was Ruby's idea, when it was definitely Clausier's.
True.
The old man, a bitter taste on his tongue.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you.
Another fucking skill point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
7.
That's it. Motive.
Where is she? That Classier. I haven't seen her there for days.
Only like 2 or 3 days. One and 2 are definitely true. You could lie to him just for fun, because fuck this guy.
Yeah. I could just completely refuse him, but
Yeah, you
I kind of
are
like-
a superior
I li-
officer.
I kind of like letting him know that she's the one who figured him out.
Yeah, I do too, honestly.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
She's
She'd
a
look
smart one.
at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
That's
It's
a
her
cool
again.
sounding airport. It is her again.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, fading from your mind's eye.
Oh, that's Classier, not the X.
It's the same place the X left from.
Mm-hmm.
But
He knew she knows.
Clausier getting away.
She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. bend his arms behind his back and end this.
I
Okay.
think you want to make that composure check.
The old man stares despondently.
Well, also, we're looking at it like, what's the stat? And I have 7 fucking skill points.
Yeah. It's composure, which we have, like, nothing in. Where is composure? There. Very bottom right.
Because why not?
Sure. Why not? This feels kind of like the end, right?
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking.
This is
The lack of
oddly
magnesium
timed.
as you slouch.
Well, we put a bunch of points into it.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with going on
The
now
old
with
man
now and
stares
everything to do with composure.
despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Yeah, he's crazy, but he's saner than he should be.
It's a mystery.
Yeah.
This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his
He's
nervous
even, like,
system.
very antisocial. He hasn't been keeping company for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
There are gaps, but he's quite sharp.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Rentiers, the
A
worst
strange
of
little
all.
engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
So everyone who lives in an area is racist.
Well, that's...
You don't see the irony in that.
yeah, right. That's kind of his interpretation. And, like, the game has given you reason to give some credence to that thought. But it's also definitely not true. Not everyone there is a racist. But you
Yeah.
have met racists of all different kinds.
Yeah.
Your common street racist in the lorry driver, your race theorist in Measurehead. Even our lovely cryptozoologist couple had some very questionable things to say about Kim's heritage.
Yeah.
I'm full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom morons on the island. Maybe they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht.
Oh,
Yeah.
The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Yet,
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
God, that's
Aw.
pretty dark. So, he knows about Rene, who was out there every morning, and who is as old as this guy. Rene was on the other side. He was fighting for the Royalists.
yeah.
And he never shot Rene. He says he's killed multiple people. Like we went through the whole thing about saying, identifying that he definitely killed Lely, but he's admitted he used his gun for killing. That means multiple kills.
Yeah.
But he never shot Rene. So
Interesting. He doesn't like him, but
Doesn't
he
like him at
didn't
all.
shoot him.
He doesn't like him at all. But that's yet another parallel, right? You have this sad old, not quite demented, but definitely screwed up old man who draws some parallels to Harry's condition. But he also draws direct parallels to Rene. They're on complete opposite sides of the political spectrum, but they're very similar. Rene also had, him and Gaston had a thing for their lost love way back, and they never really moved on. But they kind of stuck it out together,
And this guy's been alone
This guy's been alone
for years.
but they're all relics. And
Yeah.
Harry, maybe not so much a relic, though maybe a disco relic, but still damaged by his past. And here, I want to point out one thing, which is a thing we've passed now. You remember that wall that you could interact with?
Yeah.
So if you pass the, I think, conceptualization check, you get several different options to just paint a mural on the wall.
Uh-huh.
I think the game calls it a mural, but it's all text. And you have several comedy I think they're mostly comedy options. Some of them are very kind of out there artistic concepts. One of them is fuck the police, which you, the police yourselves, can draw. Or my favorite is even before Rene is dead, you can go up there and write in huge letters, Rene lives. Which does not make this guy happy. He would be staring at it all day long, every day, after you paint that. Until you find him here.
Jeez.
I think that's a little beautiful touch.
Yeah.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest.
Not as much as everything else, in my opinion.
Glad. It's all gone.
Yeah.
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But
I guess he was expecting to be taken to like a military tribunal or something? He seems confused now.
no, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Why here?
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Why here?
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The
I
reeds
promised you
whisper,
magic.
Stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
The Insulindian Phasmid? The Insulindian Phasmid.
Holy shit, it's fucking huge. It's like 12 feet tall, 20 feet long.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an
What are you talking about?
He doesn't see it.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect.
But his
is
eyes
over
are
3
perfectly
meters
working.
tall. It looks straight at you.
Yeah.
Its tiny pinprick eyes.
Kim hasn't responded.
A small head.
Not yet.
You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
Holy shit.
Oh, thank you, Kim.
It's totally real.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Got control back.
The fucking cryptid is real.
The fucking cryptid is real, and it shows up
The creature
right as you're
stands on
arresting.
long,
You
stilk-like
finally find the
legs,
murder.
Antennae
Murderer.
hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
Maybe I shouldn't shine a flashlight in its face.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant No! The flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye,
He's not wrong.
you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
So he's not
He's
taking it
letting
yet,
his
but
pride
he's
get in the
ready.
way. You see the Phasmid turn to him. its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I have the pheromone. I can approach it.
Yeah. What's his name?
Pheromone?
The cryptozoologist sprayed some Phasmid pheromone he made on you.
Yeah, true.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Red check.
We can't just leave it standing there.
You've never seen him get this excited.
Oh, for
His
fuck's sake,
voice
yeah.
is almost
He won't let you
trembling.
back out. You did just save right before this, though,
Slowly,
thankfully.
with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the Phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow.
Laughter,
Soak
light
in
and
your
low.
chest. You reek of it. Your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
I exist.
And there she is.
Yeah.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Your existence. You are now talking to a giant insect that no one has ever seen before. Well, no one's ever documented before.
Mm-hmm.
Fire? Where? I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a wine palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon.
What the fuck?
Transient, dim, moist. Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
It also has internal, multiple dialogues going on, though very different.
I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
It is a consciousness totally unlike yours. Well, mostly unlike yours.
Hmm.
What the fuck is happening to me right now?
Yeah. I like you. I like me. What the fuck? I don't like any of those answers. But
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and rotting glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck,
with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when
What the fuck?
come to raise you up, bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
The bugs think you're really
Of
cool.
your shit, Lieutenant ENVtuber, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day. Detective arriving on the scene.
I fucking love that.
Mm-hmm.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also
I can
that.
also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you. So am I. I was pleased in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
This thing's killing him?
Very
Yeah.
slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
What the hell?
One of the cryptozoologists, either Lena or her husband, mentioned that it might have some sort of like chemical pheromone cloaking ability. Like it can hide in plain sight by influencing the minds of things around it.
And he's been sitting here huffing those pheromones for 40 years.
40 years. So it does. It can warp perception a little bit.
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth.
Wait, so
Politeness.
the 3 meters tall stick insect.
Would it even understand the concept of being offended?
Yeah.
But that is the polite reason, the polite
of the
answer.
order Phasmid, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys, and went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
I like to think that this thing doesn't even know any of those words. It's just speaking to you directly inside your brain. And so those are like the reflections of the concepts that are popping up.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before
what?
you. And
Yeah,
the
what?
aliens do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes
Crazy.
back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I okay?
It doesn't look like that, no.
Hey, what does it look like, please?
Right?
You're just staring at it.
He's not hearing any of it.
Uh-huh.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
It's definitely in your head.
Yeah.
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3 meters.
I love it! You're so cool, Phasmid!
Do I raise my hand or not?
Seems pretty nice and peaceful, right? You're not going to spend 40 years here ingesting its pheromones. What's another
The
minute?
insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life. Its limbs move, praying to you. Sets of complex eyes follow you. Droplets of dew on either side of the head.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The Phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Yeah. You've got proof of the Insulindian Phasmid.
We do.
And it's told you secrets about reality.
The antennae hang from a great
It's
height.
very kind.
With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft warning. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wave by wave from its stupor. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs.
Yeah, I don't really want to piss it off and get stabbed.
Like a record continuing.
I mean, that's fair. It is large.
In a swaying
Yes.
motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
It can walk on water.
Yep.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood.
It's gone. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Basically, no one has.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good.
The thing animating him has left. Detective arriving on the scene.
There's a good line.
So strong. Hey! It's
The helmet.
It's the helmet Kuno kicked into the ocean.
And a rifle scope.
Uh-huh.
In the Phasmid's dowry?
Mm-hmm. It was holding on to it. Maybe because it's one of those bugs that likes to collect things for its nest? It did say it was playing with, like, buoys and such. I think there's something else there to check first. No?
No. No.
Alright, never mind.
So the Phasmid took him over so that he would talk to us.
What is it?
You can draw a lot from that, right?
I can't go.
It's very,
Something
like...
is very wrong with him now.
Nothing is stated explicitly, but clearly it was influencing him somehow. Maybe that's why he didn't shoot you. Maybe that's why he had holes in his brain. Maybe that's why he was so lucid, but also kind of deranged.
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking. A light shiver passes him.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Doras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
And it talks. Well, okay, not to Kim, but...
Mm-hmm.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
I mean, it probably was, but seemed rather pleasant.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, Please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Maybe don't try that shit if you find like a yeti or a flaming rhino.
Yeah.
You mean pheromonum? The
Yeah.
scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje, I see what you mean. That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something...
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He did
Quite.
seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
He stares
Yeah.
into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. Nothing. Just
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
the plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
So either he lost that scope recently, or he made the shot without it.
He talked about her looking at him
Through the scope.
through the scope.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely talked about looking out along the city and over by the church and everywhere through that scope.
How do I get back inside?
I think it's to the lower left.
I don't know if I can get in there.
No, that's like the first section that you examined before coming through the big metal door. Yeah.
Okay. And we still have to deal with our other cops who are on the take with that mobster.
Well, like, we've established that some cops are definitely on the take. There definitely are corrupt police.
Well, there was the ones that showed up here with us. Our partner, who we know is back in town, because while we were talking, Harry's like, yeah, they pull up in the car. They're going over to the, across the waterlock.
Yeah, Esprit de Corps
I see
showed
him.
us that they were coming this way.
This feels familiar somehow.
This might be a thought you had, like, before coming in here?
No.
But we missed it somehow? I don't know.
Upside down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Yeah, that feels like
I
a thing
might-
that should have popped off before we walked in.
Yeah.
We basically got all of that information out of talking to Dross.
Yeah.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Let's. We are done here.
The fucking Phasmid. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh man.
The Phasmid who tells us that the Pale is man-made.
Right? There's so much there.
The
And
skiff
we-
drops gently under your weight.
There's
as
so
you
much
get in.
there. You
The
finally
ride
find the
back is
murderer,
uneventful
and you had
and
no
quiet.
fucking chance of finding him at all throughout the entire previous parts of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go through all of this, like his ideology and his training and his history and why he was kind of sort of jealous of the mercenary and his reasoning for killing the mercenary, but also he was infatuated with Classier, probably, and he just couldn't move on from the revolution being lost, and that's kind of why he did. But fuck all of that, because the Phasmid is real. It tells you secrets of the world, like the Pale began with humanity's consciousness. You exhale thoughts, and there are no trees that eat thoughts. And it's super
But
kind.
for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
There sure is.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm.
2 men?
Yeah.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Do you know who the second one is? You know who the first man and the woman are.
Yeah, who the second one is. Is it the drug guy?
The drug guy?
Oh, what was the mobster's name?
Oh, La Puta Madre?
La Puta Madre.
That's a fair guess, but no. Ruby told you that you came into town with what she called your hit squad, or whatever.
Yeah.
Which was 3 other cops.
Mm-hmm.
You've
The
seen
2 we met, and a third who we don't. No, I don't know who it is.
Okay. You'll find out shortly. Or I can give you a hint if you want to keep guessing.
You can give me a hint if you want.
You've totally met him and spoke to him at moderate length. After you met the first 2 cops. Not immediately after.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Okay.
He wouldn't be part of the Union, because that wouldn't make sense.
Yep.
It's not the kids. It's not someone that was in the abandoned building, so it's not the Sunday caller, and it's not the smoker. Somebody across the water. It's either the dad with the kid, or one of the kids in the nightclub.
That would be wild.
Or it could be one of the guys drinking. Doom Spiral?
That would also be pretty wild.
You said I talked with him at length.
You did. At like moderate length. It's
the Doom
not,
Spiral's
It's not Doom Spiral, and it's not any of the people in the church. But you did mention him. It's the dude with the kid who's standing outside the Feld building.
Interesting.
Who didn't feel like revealing to you that he was a cop.
Mm-hmm.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Right?
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Come on,
Actually,
Jean.
Are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Thank you, Gigi.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
I'm so
We
glad
might
Kim is
need your
here.
help with something later.
Yeah.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Is Vic Mayer a lieutenant as well?
I don't think we know his rank, but he's your partner, and when we were talking with Kim about rank and stuff like that by your patrol car, he mentioned that partners are generally the same rank. He hasn't been referred to as like a satellite officer, Jean-Vic Mayer, so he probably rose through the ranks with you.
Okay.
And not because of you.
I imagine not, yeah.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Please stay, Kim.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Taunt, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
He's here to evaluate you.
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
He did do that. Your partner, your professional squad here, they weren't really with you through a lot of this adventure.
They weren't?
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Okay, that does
So you left
sound
me to
like...
face this. It sounds like old Harry, yeah, but also you left.
Yeah.
You left me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson. Yeah.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Oh. He is Satellite Officer Vic Mayer.
Where did... Oh, yeah, it is.
Or that's just an insult you lobby at him. I'm not sure, actually.
Eh.
Are you sure? So you haven't been telling everyone what a boring cop you are? And that you should kill yourself? People say you've been out of your mind. I asked around.
I mean, those two things don't really go hand in hand, though, do they?
No. I'm not saying 3. 3 is terrible. 2 is bad as well.
3 is pretty terrible. 2 is kind of funny.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Idlestown, and Guillaume baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay. Do? It's a major crimes unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
It's definitely not shit tier. Kim has talked up the 41st and like the situation you have to deal with before. And he really loves your commanding officer.
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Damn you, cafeteria manager!
Yeah. You've betrayed me for the last time! But I saved his establishment and he still betrays me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can be dramatic about it or be like, I get it.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, hell, and so on.
Yep.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Neurologically, physiologically, and politically.
Yeah. So 1 is dumb. 2 is literally what happened. 3 is deny it all.
Yep.
4 is interesting.
Yeah. They don't know about the hole in the world inside the church, and Kim can back you up on that. 5 is, actually, this is how I solve everything anyway.
Which they would call me out on. 5's a bad answer.
I think your partner would hate you for that.
Yeah.
But others might have something.
Yeah, Vic Mayer's interesting there.
Mm-hmm.
Or not Vic Mayer, the last one. Something so bad happened to me that couldn't be me anymore.
Mm-hmm. Hey, maybe Vic Mayer knows something about that. You've been partners for who knows how long.
Probably.
None of these say conclude.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. It's Martinez.
Oh my god, 2 is a terrible answer.
Yeah, maybe don't say the words crab man to these people.
And I feel 3 is too not good either.
Still, Kim was there for all of it.
But I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it...
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Izarori anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times.
You have?
After some of the more serious benders. One was after the 2 drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The 2 drunks case, that's when there were 2 drunk people that I beat them half to death so they stopped being drunk out in public. What was the mural one?
The mural one... So yeah, you're totally right about the 2 drunks case. You like broke one of their legs, and that caused them both to stay home and stop getting publicly intoxicated and harassing people and exposing themselves to people. The mural was when someone who I think was never discovered paid like a local artists collective or like a local painters guild to go make a huge mural on the side of a skyscraper that said something like, God, if I can remember it even semi-correctly, it was something like, true love is possible only in the next world. It's too late for us. Something brutalize the ruling class.
Yeah, and we were like, what did we do with the mural? Did we tear it down? Did we leave it up? Yeah, I remember that. That was part of the ledger of
Right. it became a whole like citywide conversation that your precinct was involved in kind of organizing. And so those two cases were apparently a lot for Harry. And he drank so much he blacked out and completely forgot himself after both of them. So Judah has seen you exhibit this behavior before.
But not to this degree, probably.
We don't really know. Certainly, in the end of both of those, or in the recovery phase after both of those, you didn't find a magical 3-meter tall stick insect that maybe helped you get over your ex. Certainly told you that it loved you and to, like, move on.
It certainly did. Jeez.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought
No,
you.
it fucking isn't.
Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
He does seem to very much want to be a detective. You're W. Freighter. Didn't want to be captain twice.
Yeah.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
That's worthy consideration.
You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Fuck yeah, physical instrument.
Yeah, every once in a while, physical instrument comes through.
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Uh-oh.
The time has come, Tequila Sunset.
It had come. It was part of your brain wiping ritual. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't.
Yeah.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's spacelab. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Yo, we got our badge. It was in the car.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Sure, why not?
Fuck it.
That's pretty good. Ooh.
I made it because of those points.
Yep, you really did.
Not today, badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun.
Oh, yeah, we got that too.
Badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
He had
Show him the rifle
and he
instead.
didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Come on, man. We're not drunk right now at all. Haven't been for like a week. Almost.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
They actually have the ability to take a shower. Isn't the whirling of rags?
I think you did take a bath.
Yeah, I think I did, and like you need to do it several times. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Your inner monologue was like, okay, that helps, but it's not gone yet. And you are shot.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Okay. It's true. We didn't arrest her. She did give you a vital clue that led to the murderer. And hey,
Okay,
you weren't investigating her corporate espionage.
Yeah. But number 6. Doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. No.
Maybe don't reveal the secrets of the universe that the Stick and Check shared with you yet, at least.
Yeah. That's not going to help you. Small detail in a huge case you know nothing about.
Not too bad. And hey, maybe it was an act of mercy. You got that vital clue. The bit about her being on the run from people that would fucking murder her if we took her in might be true.
That's what she told us, certainly.
That's what she told you.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something.
I don't think we ever knew her last name.
Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
And where the hell were you?
Where the hell were they?
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
It's true. Thank you,
He
Kim.
did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Very
Compared to what
true.
it probably would have been.
Yeah.
The mercenaries were ready to just kill all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, yeah.
There's the where were you?
Yeah. You solved everything. Where the fuck were you?
No,
None of that fucking
no.
matters compared to this Phasmid. Or
Yeah.
Sorry Cop. I think Kim
Thank
said
you
it
for the
pretty
input,
nicely.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
Yeah, you did.
He
Thinks
did.
of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
Come on, Kim.
The case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
Yeah.
1 week.
Then there's the boring cop issue. Despite all the obvious and almost sartorial choices, he still insists he isn't characteristic enough. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior.
A little contradictory, one could say.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact.
Hell yeah, Kim.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
God damn,
Well,
Kim.
Except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Thank you, Kim. I'm glad you liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian Phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the Phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
That would be an insane thing to say right now, except
You
he
hear
has the photo.
beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker!
Isn't this the thing that Egghead says that's like a very not good place?
No, that's Yakokata.
Yakokata, yes.
But someone did say Hosanna, which I don't know exactly what its context and meaning are. I think it's like a relief, a positive thing.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Well, actually, we think it might be.
Boom or boom boom boom.
Yeah, you can do both of those back to back. It's pretty great.
The old man was not aware of the Phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
Yeah, it does.
This is a very,
we did multiple
very sad
good
man
jobs.
Who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Aw, empathy.
Right? You're welcome, Jean. Check out how cool this bug is.
Mm-hmm.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Do you want to summarize by being like, I also started a nightclub. It's pretty
In the church. Also, the Fab Move's female. The reeds are its nest.
Got a strong motive for a killer.
The mystery of the doomed commercial area, not helpful.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever chosen that one because it's kind of weak. I think
Yes,
the killer is like
fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
So
You're
that's
not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
yeah, but he's the one that found it.
Good work with the missing person,
Yes.
Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Exactly. Harry has done multiple good things in the past
Yes.
6 days. One of which you were passed out for, recovering.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Cool.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
Huh.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
No, it's neat, Trant. Thanks for hanging around.
Yeah, it really was jealousy.
It really was kind of just jealousy. Like 3, sort of. He wasn't really hoping to start a war between the company and the union. That was already going on, and he probably didn't even really know about the dynamic. He certainly wasn't thinking about it when he pulled the trigger.
Yeah. the Phasmid was relevant, but also he fully left the Phasmid, came over to this side of the river, definitely without the Phasmid in tow. Like, imagine the Phasmid going through the whirling and rags, looking at Classiad with him. Like, no.
Right. It wouldn't fit, and no one in there would be exposed to it long enough for them to just, like, wholesale black it out in their memory and
I
perception.
thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years, like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation.
60-something,
aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the Phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
You have that confession. It's very clean.
It's way more than that.
It's a perfect folding mechanism, like the Phasmid, a metaphor for the case in entirety.
It will win me Dora back. No.
No, bad choice. But hey, there's her actual name, which we may or may not have seen before. I forget.
I don't think we did. I don't think we found her name.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do 3. 3 is just gonna piss him off.
Yeah. I get the feeling that that's probably the dynamic that, like, Harry and Jean have for the most part. Because I believe it's been mentioned that Jean is, like, clinically depressed, but he's still here doing his work, and he's paired with fucking Harry. But, yeah, it's probably not going to go over so well with him.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work in bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Might that be from the, like, 3 chronically drunk homeless people just, like, 100 feet to our west?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave?
Okay, maybe not.
It is there. Like in your bones or something.
But still, you haven't drunk at all in
It
the
will
past 6
pass
days.
in time.
I don't think the rest is gonna help us at all.
I think they're more just, like, fun wrap-ups to the stuff you've done so far.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
That's the tribunal. They're literally judging me.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
But before we leave,
looks
though,
westward,
Mhm.
patiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
you got some pretty good questions about Harry here.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Natural philosopher.
Yeah, not that one. That does explain a lot, though, doesn't it?
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth.
Your peck of facial hair.
Yep. Of course you're a weird-looking gym teacher.
The collection of sportswear I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree...
Yeah!
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Physical
And this
instrument
guy,
being
too.
like, yeah.
God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Oh.
It makes a lot of sense.
Sweat and glue. The warm floorboards.
Some, but I also can't imagine letting Harry around kids.
This was probably before he was with Dora, right?
Yeah. So why did he After he met her, why did he become a cop and turn into a machine that makes a woman incapable of loving him?
There might be some questions you can ask about that here.
Yeah, maybe.
High school. Harry, your goings on with Kuno, Andre, Estelle, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
You spent too much time around high schoolers. Of course you love the drugged out dancing people.
Chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Oh god, it was Dora.
She's the one who inspired him to become a cop.
Every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
She's the one who pushed him to be better and more than he was. And got him into, like, the high-stress position of being a really good detective.
I hate Dora so much.
I knew it.
She's a little toxic.
No normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Kim loves it. It explains why you've been running around everywhere, non-stop. The endless cardio.
Kinda, yeah. And it's impressive that somebody as messed up and out of shape as I am can still do that.
Yeah. I also think it's really funny that they went to this amount of length to explain, like, why a RPG character would just be running nonstop all day long without rest. Of course you were a gym teacher. You've trained for this. It's just who you are. All of the rest are pretty good questions now.
Yeah.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora Engelund. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Something
Never
like
even
that.
married.
Half Vazan. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Ouch.
God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
Only 6 years ago, Jesus.
Yeah, that's, you can take that like two ways, right? It was only 6 years ago. It seems like longer, but also Harry hasn't been able to move on at all for 6 years.
That's a little nuts.
They're both crazy.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable.
John,
She was
the lack of
extremely
sensitivity.
fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous.
Yeah,
A
Jesus.
Gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Like an
Snow
elf.
Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
Goddamn
I've only
thoughts.
seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated
She's
from.
also
Boy, you're just kind of a
Oh.
a shit here.
Oh, he's a
John.
huge dick. He's a gigantic dick. He fits better with any other playthrough of Harry, where Harry is like more confrontational than being a decent person. Also, she was a gorgeous bourgeois woman, which kind of helps explain whatever direction politically that Harry spirals off into. That fucks him up too. Communists
Jesus.
hate the bourgeois. Fascists don't really like the bourgeois. Moralists, liberals, they have less bad things to say, but still, ruling classes and all.
Yeah.
Whatever politics you go with is kind of
The
reactionary.
sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
I don't
In other
know about
words,
forensic
he's
psychiatrists,
heard
but
enough about this.
Okay.
But
Am I a dirty cop for working the puta madre?
Right? It's a fair question.
No.
But Ruby...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
You know what? Fair
I assure
point.
you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Yeah.
I told you it's not that bad.
Volition. Almost always
Us.
right.
With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Sounds like you've gotten some good things done since then.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
It's probably safe.
It's not the bloody
Yeah.
station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
We should probably tell Lena about this Phasmid.
Who is Lena?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
They're
Watch
going
out,
to
or she'll
fucking
faint.
love it.
She's going to faint.
I mean, she might faint. They both might faint. Like, imagine if you opened their door and just showed them the picture. Without
Look what we found!
Check it out! And then they're both, like, so out of breath, they just pass out. Yeah. But hey, you did find it. They should know.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen.
That's fucking
it will
right.
have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
Oh. We getting a transfer?
Oh!
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Maybe.
I don't know what yet.
Hey,
It's
Kim.
going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
You maybe
Talk
want to
to
join
Captain
us?
Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom mongering.
No. Like, you want to work with us?
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I
Oh,
would have to
yeah!
tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Achievement unlocked. Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi.
Yeah! He's seriously considering it. Probably gonna do it.
Heck yeah.
He's really considering it.
Not conclude. Not proceed.
End.
End.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
Of course.
Heidelstein is no because he's not a cop.
He's not really a cop. He's like a civilian
Consultant.
Yeah, exactly. Who's talking?
Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomac Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Yeah, she's pretty cool too.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Your legendary police captain, and Nix Gottlieb, who I think is the Lazarus guy, the doctor, both being like, yeah, Harry's the best. We can't. Whatever we're planning, he's in on it.
Nice. And I was holding a flashlight in their face the whole time.
You were holding a flashlight in their face the whole time. All right, partner. Yeah. Matching jackets, found pants, armored gloves, and maybe the chest.
Do I actually get a chance to get matching pants and shoes to go with the cop outfit?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Harry's pants and shoes are the disco clothes. But you get the two different jackets and the hat. And that's Disco Elysium!
That began in a way and evolved in other ways and ended strange and confusing.
Oh yeah. I was at the end of our last stream. We were trying to figure out like, who's the fucking murderer? And you made mention a couple of times of like, well, like any good story, we've met them already. It's clearly someone we know. And I had to bite my tongue, being like, yeah, sure, that makes perfect sense. But
it makes sense, but it's not true.
It's not what happened at all. So, what do you like? Thoughts? What do you think about that game? About that ending? The deserter, the Phasmid, everything you see along the way.
Well, specifically the deserter, I don't mind that because it is an interesting twist of like, yeah, it's just this fucking crazy guy that was in the military that was just hiding out here at the edge of the world and was just a weirdo and a creep, and like I don't dislike that. The Phasmid came out of left field. I'm just like, oh, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, it's real. The entire time you're playing through the cryptozoology storyline, you're just like, these two, everybody knows cryptozoologists are like quacks. Whatever their station in life is, they have too much time on their hands, and that's why they're chasing after bugs. These two are clearly like retired something, and so that's what they spend their time doing. And they give like a good justification for why they're together, and both cryptozoologists. But then it's fucking real, and it shows up in like the tail end of interrogating the murderer, who you finally find. And the murderer, Dross, the deserter, he, like, yeah, you never meet him. You have 0.000 chance of even beginning to deduce that he was the murderer or that he exists at all. I think the closest you get is you can pass like a visual calculus check earlier on in the game by inspecting Classia's window and doing kind of the ballistics before then. And you'll still get a line that's like, well, there's like a 3 to 5% chance that the shot came from way further out in kind of the sound on some little islet and nowhere that you've been yet. But that's probably not the case. We should investigate everywhere else first.
Yeah, it's low odds.
Yeah.
Because again, the guy's like shooting her with his scope from a mile away and hits this guy in the fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Mid-sex. Like, oh my god.
Only like a couple inches off of his target from that far away. He wanted to shoot him in the brain, but honestly, hitting him in the mouth is also pretty nuts.
Yeah.
And like, the deserter, even though you can't find him, even though you can't meet him, even though you can't really get any clues that he exists, except for like, where did these flowers? Well, you get the cigarettes, and that has no tie to much of anything, except you kind of, I think you can find like 2 before you find the island. And you find the flowers up on Classia's balcony with no real clue about where those could possibly come from before you get to the island. And you find the footprints, which are like, well, it's the right size for Ruby, I guess. But then you find her, and she's never been back there. And so your only hints are like, I guess there's someone else? But even though you have all of that, you have almost no ties to our actual murder suspect. You have no suspect. You have no ties to the actual murderer and perpetrator until the very, very, very end of the story. He still fits within the world really well.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, like, he's a big old communist ideological officer from 50 years ago. 45 years ago. And he just...
Yeah, he went off to war one day and he never came home.
Yeah, exactly. He's that Japanese soldier on the island who is still fighting World War II for like 3 decades.
Yeah, full agree.
With little mirrors of both Harry and Renee. And there's so much else to this.
Yeah, because I played the most bland, boring run-through with this character. I did not play the Super Cop. I did not play any of the political stuff.
None of it. I mean, avoided that entirely.
Mm-hmm.
So there's whole side quests that we just didn't even begin to see. And a lot of little stuff. We talked about the tie last time. There's an entire other voice in Harry's head that we didn't have going with us. You can piss off Kim and have Kuno for for interrogating Dross at the end. That's a little different. And finding the Phasmid, which he probably likes because he likes bugs.
Yeah, he probably would.
You can, because of all the other side quests, you can take a lot longer. And like, once Renee dies, which always happens on a certain day, not after the tribunal, you can go and find his coat in his little watchtower thing, and then put it on, and then go talk to Everard. And Everard's like, why the fuck are you dressed like one of my recently deceased employees?
Yep.
God, what else? I want to say there's like a little bit more you can do with Joyce. There's the date with the fisherwoman. All of the political side quests and like Kappa types have a bunch of extra stuff and like a lot of dialogue. None of it relevant to our main murder investigation. And like, we ignored all of that, and this still took a while. Like 8 5 to 7 hour streams.
Yeah. Because I don't think we did any other than maybe the first. Actually, let me, while we're watching the credits roll, I have this stuff up on YouTube. I know the last 2 or 3 have been 6-hour streams. Let me check the actual other ones we have. So I actually put together a playlist for this.
Nice, nice.
So I can't see. Oh, I can because they're done rendering now. The first one was about 5 hours, a little under 5. The second was a little over 5. Then it's 8, 4, or it's 8.5, 4.
Jeez.
Well, the 8.5 was New Year's.
Okay.
That was the New Year's one where we were up playing until like 1 in the morning, for me. And I think we still talked for like an hour afterwards. But yeah, it was just under 5, about 5.5, 8.5, 4, 6, 5 3/4, and then the last one was about 7.
Mm-hmm. It's
and
a
then
big
this
game.
one, it is. And like you said, we didn't even do all of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different, like, you can see now how the main story and like the dynamic between the Union and the company and kind of a lot of different side characters, their kind of position and what they have going on doesn't really change. But the way you can play Harry and the way that kind of denouement with your partner and the other cops wrapping up at the end, those can change a lot.
Oh yeah, like if Harry was a mess and was drinking all the time and was spouting communist manifestos all over the place,
right?
Like Kim would have had a very different answer.
Yeah, Kim would have had a very different take. Maybe he wouldn't have wanted to work at your station. Maybe Jean and Trent and Judah would not want to take you back, depending on how you play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would have fired me probably.
I'm pretty sure they can.
That seems like that was their intent.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the Pale, which you learn at the you can get bits and pieces of, or the really huge conversation about it with I just forgot her name. With our corporate lady. You can
Joyce?
With Joyce. You can learn a ton there. And then at the very end, the Phasmid's like, yeah, all of us insects and birds and animals and plants, we know that shit started with people. So you have all of this crazy, mostly like down-to-earth, but still gritty and grimy detective story that still definitely takes place in a fantasy world. And now that we're here back at the main menu screen, does this view remind you of anything?
This is the view from the sniper rifle, isn't it?
It is. This is what our deserter saw the entire time.
Okay, I actually like this then. I really do, because
The whole city.
this is one of those we're hiding the truth in plain sight. You just haven't noticed.
It's right there. That's one of my favorite types of secrets in all video games, and even just like stories in general. It's right there. You see it every single time you open the game.
Where's the Whirling and Rex? This is the church, so
There's the church, and
there's
you
the
kind of
statue.
Yeah,
Should
I think
be
those. I think the
over-
little. Yeah, like that's the dock with all the cranes, and then further
Yeah.
left is like the big buildings. Those are all the apartment complexes, and so I think this little building that your mouse is over kind of right now is probably the Whirling.
Huh.
Like it's around there somewhere. It's that or all the little lights just a little bit off to the right. But those feel more like a little bit
No,
further
because
away.
that's south of the, because this would be north over this way.
Yeah.
So that's south of the statue. That wouldn't be it.
Right, yeah. And then there's like the dock where Joyce has her boat.
Mm-hmm. So this is too far north, so it's like right in this area. That like this looks like the Dune commercial district here.
Maybe. I think those buildings are smaller. But
It's somewhere like right in here.
yeah, I think those are all the apartment
Or
complexes.
it's literally this, like
yeah,
down here.
I think it's like right in front of the docks there.
Actually, it might be this.
It might be that.
Yeah, it is this. Yeah. Yeah, it's this, because this is the front door, because they have that glass door that we come in through the side. It has to be this. So, right here, yeah, he's got a clean shot the whole time.
He's got a perfectly straight view, right into the Whirling. It's beautiful. There's so much care that went into the construction of this game.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you like it?
I liked it a lot, actually. It's a very good game. It kept me engaged. It kept me interested. I want to replay it and see some of the other stuff. I want to replay it and pick an actual like capo type that has some teeth to it, because this one just felt very under-leveled for a lot of it.
You do get more experience and levels going with any of the side quests and the capo types, because you get more stuff to say. You get thoughts for your thought cabinets that are like, okay, if you're going communist, anytime you say a communist thing, you get experience. I think for a minute we may have had like the moralist one, which was like you get 5 experience and like 10 cents every time you pick a moralist option or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And so you get the same out of the different coppa types as well. Like even sorry cop gets bonuses for just constantly saying you're sorry, and you get more options to do that by having that thought and having more points in sorry cop or superstar cop, what have you. Cop of the apocalypse. You can still solve everything and be like complete doomsaying madman.
Yeah. It's genuinely interesting. I'm glad we sat down and did this.
Yeah, I always love getting people to play this game. It was one of my favorites back when it came out.
So this is the question of what we'll do after this then, because I do want to keep hanging out and playing games.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. We can find little things. You want to learn how to play Guilty Gear?
I have considered that, honestly. I don't know how to play fighting games, but there is a degree of like, you know what, Rad seems to enjoy this. I might pick this up. I don't know. But then I haven't made a final decision on that.
We could also find some other fighting game, and also fighting games are not like the most popular thing, but I like them. A lot of people do not, and I understand why. They take a good amount of time investment, but they're cool.
There's also Monhunt. Jump back into that a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Belmong! Thank you for the raid.
Hey, thank you for the raid. We appreciate it.
But
yeah, there's a bunch of little stuff we could do.
I know. I almost feel like with us doing disco like this, next time I need to find a game you haven't played and force you to play it while I sit there cackling in the background.
Yeah,
it'll just take me a moment to find something like that.
I would 100% be down for something like that. I think we should do like a couple of little one-offs or something, and then dive into something like that again something big like
Yeah.
this, but reverse roles. I'm down.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding something you haven't played.
I'm sure there's a lot out there. I haven't touched a ton of RPGs recently, like a couple of big ones, and we definitely have a couple of small ones. Like, we should still have a Xenogears stream at some point.
Yeah, that's on the list.
I had the idea of, I almost want to make a video about Warframe, where we probably just like an edited together thing instead of a live thing, where we kind of like explain just the whole giant mess of that game, because you haven't played it in a really long time, but you did play it in the beginning, and I've played it too much, but not recently, and so it could be kind of fun to just go through and laugh at like the internal mess of that game's systems.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Definitely the Xenogears stream. That I am heavily invested in.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I was talking to you about Octopath.
Yep.
As something, and I just finished. I actually just this weekend I finished Octopath 2. I got to the ending, and it is so fucking good.
Okay.
It is significantly better than the first game. The ending for the first game was rough.
Really?
I actually never cleared the ending for the first game, but the second one was very good. It gave you a decent explanation of like, oh, these were the villains the whole time. This is who did it. This is why they did it. This is what they were going for, and like, it actually has like a proper epilogue. The first game, pretty rough.
It just kind of sort of wraps up.
So there's like side quests you can do involving like, there's people like Marked in Town that have quests, and to unlock the ending for the game, you need to finish all the characters' main quests and do a specific quest line of side quests, which don't seem related until you're done with them, and you're like, oh, here's all this stuff that lined up together.
Okay.
And only when that happens does the side quest trigger that takes you to the end of the game.
Oh, okay, that's kind of odd. Yeah.
But it's still like you need to be in the right place to find the right person with a quest marker over their head to do the quest. Then you need to figure out how to do the quest, which they're not always super clear.
Right. So it's kind of like an old school RPG thing of like, well, I don't actually know where to go next. I guess I'm just going to wander around and talk to everyone. Or in this case, talk to everyone with a quest marker over their head.
I'll be honest, some of that stuff's worth just pulling out a guide for, because
yeah.
like literally, like even with the second one, there was some stuff I'm just like, okay, I don't know how to do this. What do I do to fix this? And in some instances, it's literally like, okay, talk to this person here, then go to this city and use an ability on someone to make them follow you, then go back to the first city and talk to the same guy again with somebody following your party. That will end the quest line. And then actually, it matters which one you do it in, because if you talk to the person who gave you the quest and then go to the second city with the quest giver in tow, it doesn't count. You have to do it in the right order.
I see. Yeah, I like a good puzzle, whether like mechanically or, you know, in RPG story-wise, but if you encounter a bunch of stuff like that where you consistently feel like you're just amazingly clueless, then that could have been designed a little bit better, for sure. Still, if the second one has basically none of that, and like it doesn't feel hand-holdy, but it's really good and wraps up very well, that's even more praise. I've heard absolutely nothing but praise for Octopath 2.
Yeah, Octopath 2 has been amazing. It is such a good quality of life change from Octopath 1, and Octopath 1 was also very good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think little one-offs every week or every other week or something in between until we find some other game that you've played and I haven't that we could go through, or like if there's like an extended 2-player thing we could find, that could be fun too.
Yeah.
Definitely the Xenogears stream. Maybe the Warframe thing. We'll see.
I admit I was looking up Christian holidays in the summertime. Like, what Christian holidays are coming up? Like, let's line this up with something, and I couldn't find anything that was really great.
We've got to find... I mean, you could also do Jewish holidays. There's a lot more of those. It's
True.
better with Christian ones, but there's a good amount of, like, old Torah stuff in there.
Yeah, like the closest I could find would be Thursday, May 18th, the Ascension of Jesus. And technically Pentecost is in Sunday, is at the end of May.
I think we want to target like well-known Christian holidays as a whole instead of like, hey, Pentecostals, y'all like Xenogears?
I mean, there's Trinity Sunday at the beginning of June. There's Corpus Christi. There's
That's a little well known. I don't know if that's known as like a Christian thing though. Just a generic.
No, I'm on calendarlabs.com with the list. They've got a bunch here. Holy Cross stays in there's not much in the summer. Like once you get past like early June, there's a couple there, but it's like saint days. It's like Saint Peter and Paul is end of June. Saint Vladimir is mid-July. Right. Saint James the Great is late July.
Right. It's really
so there's a lot of saint days. Yeah.
Damn, that's a ways to put off the Xenogears stream.
What annoys me the most is we actually did do a stream on Easter Sunday, and we didn't realize until then that would have been the perfect day to do the damn Xenogears stream.
Yeah, like at the end of the stream, we were like, man, this would have been perfect for... But we weren't prepared for it or planning it at all. Still, could be a lot of fun. I want to do that.
Yeah, I want to sit down and gab about that a little bit, because we will be able to talk about that for hours, I'm sure.
Easily. Especially with any forewarning. I'd like to throw together some decent amount of assets, because there's a lot to go over in that game. And maybe have some time to review some plot stuff. I have a copy. I have a digital copy of Perfect Works around here somewhere.
Somebody actually shared that with me while I was playing. So I actually was able to read through some of that.
Yeah, that gets crazy quick, but also has a lot of stuff that's like not even in the game. Well, yeah, that was Disco Elysium. I'm really glad you liked it. I'm really glad that like not being able to find, not even having a chance of finding the murderer until the very, very end didn't like annoy your writer's sense.
No, that was fine. Like I'm fluid for a lot of stories. I like a lot of different kinds of stories. Like I'm the type of person who, from a writing and storytelling perspective, like I like a well-written story. I like a good drama. Like I can watch The King's Speech and be like, that was a good movie, and I can watch the new Super Mario Brothers film and I'm like, that was a good movie.
Right.
Like people were like, yo, that has pacing issues and it's a child's movie. It's like, yeah, it's fine. I can also watch the original Super Mario Brothers movie. It's like, yeah, I had fun with this.
Right.
Like,
right.
I can compartmentalize like the critic and the literary person from the person who just wants to have fun and watch something cool.
Yeah,
like,
sometimes you want to go in, brain off, and just enjoy things. And like, I haven't even seen the new Mario Brothers movie, though everybody seems to like it. At least generally. So I'll have to check
I've heard some mixed things, but everybody that didn't like it has either complained about the pacing, which I feel is valid. And then there's people that just kind of start getting in their head up. Like, you know what? Let's switch away from disco and actually just go to just chatting.
Sure.
Because we have fully stopped talking about disco and we're just in just chatting now. I don't have you showing. Boop,
oh,
there you are.
No.
Let me turn you around. No, where did I do this? Is yours still Muppet form?
Oh, yeah. I could draw another little chat image recently, or sometime soon, but whatever. That one works for now.
Yeah, I was trying to remember.
Animated one. That's more effort.
Why is it? So for transform, it has the option to flip horizontal, grade out.
Oh, that's weird.
Interesting. Yeah.
Is that maybe because it's a website capture instead of
No, it's because I have it locked. That's why.
Oh, that'll do it.
There you are.
Cool.
Yep, hit you again.
I actually need to take a really quick break to the bathroom, but I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay. Be right back, y'all.
But yeah, Chad, how you doing? You having a good time too? This has been a fun game. I am so glad I made it through this entire thing without actually spoiling myself. I'm not usually put off by spoilers for stuff, so it doesn't often bother me. So it was genuinely difficult to stay away from Disco Elysium and avoid spoilers for it because I think, well, a great example of it is Hi-Fi Rush, which Rad's been playing recently. I watched one VOD of his where he was playing Hi-Fi Rush, and I immediately went to Wikipedia and looked up the whole plotline. I'm like, okay, cool, fun, neat. Because for something like a video game, like it's one thing to know what's going to happen, and it's another thing to experience what's going to happen. And with Disco, I wanted to have both, to go in not knowing and not having experienced, and that was important to me for that. But for many things, I don't really avoid spoilers. I don't really care much. I don't get that heavily invested in the plot, though I do like the plots of several of them. But yeah, so I'm very happy. You know what? Screw it. I'm actually going to look it up now. What is the Wikipedia entry for Disco Elysium? I am curious about that.
I am also quite happy that you didn't get spoiled on anything, especially the murderer, but in particular the Phasmid.
Oh my god, yeah, that would have spoiled it. Yeah, but yeah, did you hear me talking about Hi-Fi Rush as well?
Yeah, I think
Hi-Fi
Rush
is
its story.
Fully Hi-Fi Rush, important. Like it isn't, but at the same, well, I mean, any game really. Like there's been a couple that that you played that
it's there and it's good, but like the point of Hi-Fi Rush is that it's fun and enjoyable and it feels good to play.
Yeah, I think the only ones I've tried to go in mostly blind for. Octopath was one of those, right? I tried to avoid spoilers for that as much as possible.
Yeah. I feel like RPGs, and especially this RPG, are a lot more story heavy and like spoiler sensitive.
I did the same thing for Triangle Strategy, which I think was the game we met over. That one I tried to be pretty.
I think so.
I think so. I think I met you through like Triangle Strategy tags on Twitter. So that one I tried to go in pretty blind, and then 13 Sentinels, 100%. Like, I was watching your streams, I knew some of it, and I'm like, I gotta find it. Actually, no, I did look that one up. I did look that up before I played it. So even 13 Sentinels, I went in not blind.
Did you play that on stream? You didn't play that on stream, right?
I did not. Okay. I powered through that in my off time.
Yeah, that's a sane option because wow, that game is also beefy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for a second there, I forgot if we met over Triangle Strategy or 13 Sentinels, because I remember talking about those originally, but I think it was Triangle Strategy.
Yeah, it was Triangle Strategy originally, and then 13 Sentinels was, I think, our first like collab we did, because we were talking about that. Because I think I still actually have all of my collabs. I have all the VODs for them.
But, nice. Yeah, I definitely have all of mine, but YouTube stick around like that.
Well, I actually have the full like downloaded videos. And or do I not? I think I might have deleted the one for 13 Sentinels because I don't see that here. But I have all the Disco ones. And then I have Monster Road Trip and then the Sunbreak collab we did.
Oh yeah, Monster Road Trip was fun.
It was good.
I think that's one of my most viewed videos. We played that like right as that game came out though.
Yeah, it's sometimes helpful to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Kind of makes me wish I was jumping back into Cult of the Lamb because they had DLC come out for that.
Yeah, that came out just a couple of days ago. I don't know, I might play that. I think I'm diving into Dredge though. Like my schedule, I don't think I have my schedule on.
Oh, is that the rock game?
No, Grime is the rock game.
Grime, yes.
That I was playing during my little controller appreciation stream.
I had to laugh because you had that one line about, man, the rock puns are going to go all over the place in this. And I swear to God, Egghead's voice just popped up in my head going, hardcore! And I'm like, damn it. or something like that. It's just like, my time has come, or the time is here. Like just something, some eggheadism popped into my head. I'm like, damn it, Rad, he lives in here now. Thank you for that.
Egghead's good like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing more Hi-Fi Rush. Thursday I'm gonna be playing Dredge, and then Friday I'm gonna try and finish Resident Evil 4 Remake. I wanted to save that for a Friday stream, but that game's great. And so I'm only streaming 4 days a week for the next few weeks, including this one. So that's kind of my schedule. I wanted to check out Dredge because I haven't played it yet, and it seems pretty cool. From the
with me finishing Octopath, I got 2 new slots opened up. I've been meaning to try and do more just chatting streams, but I don't like just sitting there with no one to talk. Like, I would enjoy it more if I had more of an audience. And the one time I tried to do a media share stream, somebody kind of ruined it for me. Well, I did it twice, and one I had a lot of like content saved to like share with people, and then the second time, like somebody popped in really early on. It's like, hey, watch this video, and they full on like shared a YouTube video that had like porn spliced into it, and I'm just like, man, that just ruined it for me.
Yeah, I think those are popular, and I'd like to do it, but I'm of the exact same opinion. There's both just chatting and like reaction or media share stuff. I think is more fun with more people, and I've seen the video reaction stuff go one of two ways, right? Which is either people are going in completely blind with just a list of stuff their viewers send them, or they like get all the videos beforehand and then watch like some of it to make certain it's not the porn stuff. Or
I've seen them have like mods do that.
Yeah, they have like mods filter stuff out like that. So if you have a bigger community with people you trust, and especially mods that can pre-screen stuff, I think that's a pretty good idea. We could do like media share stuff where we just share stuff with each other that we may or may not have seen, but both of us know are,
safe,
not traps. Yeah, safe. That of course would only have one of us per video, like reacting for the first time, but that's an option.
Yeah, that might be fun to do sometime.
Yeah.
Could do it as one of our in-between things and find a bunch of those and share. Like, let me tell you, Rad, about the Erford latrine disaster.
Yeah, that's something I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's a story. Let's just say it's a story that makes me go, the people who say eat the rich lack ambition. Like, it's just, I cannot, it's a story, Rad. Actually, fuck it. Do you want to actually see that tonight? Do we want to do that? Because it's not too super late. Do you actually want to see that video?
We could. I might wrap up Disco on my end and then just kind of join you over on Twitch.
Okay. But yeah.
But that's definitely an idea. I like the idea of a media share stream.
Yeah, let me go dig that up.
Easy to make clips from. Okay. Well, then we've just hit 4 hours and 20 minutes on our Disco stream, and I feel that's a pretty appropriate time to end it. On the YouTube side, thanks for joining, everybody. I appreciate it. J. Hank, always nice to have you stop by. And
yeah, J. Hank, thanks for stopping by.
On the Twitch side, we're just going to continue, I think. So yeah, Rad Mahou, YouTube. I'll see you next time.